Oh man. Okay. That's funny as fuck. Okay. Dude, I had to like adjust all my stuff right like a second ago. It was giving me problems. That changed. Hold on. Oops. I didn't want to turn it off. Turn back on. Go to my default stuff. I want you to know that I miss you. I miss you so. I want you to know that I miss you. I miss you so. I want you to know that I miss you. I miss you so. Where is it? There it is. Done. Refresh. Let me see if I can get into any groups. I need to see what I need to. Most. Priest. Shadow Priest. In my bones again, all over you, not over you. Hmm. Uh. So they let me in. All over you, not over you. Just want you to love me back. I'll deal with. Oh, they lost the tank. Cool. Hi, Peanut.
The terrace holds what we require to gain entry to the Void Storm, the Cynosure of Twilight.
Five, four,
Such a
three,
lightsaber.
2, 1. Five, four, three, 2, 1.
The terrace holds what we require to gain entry to the Void Storm, the Cynosure of Twilight.
Unauthorized entry.
You were warned, Umbric. The terrace is forever closed to you. Now leave before...
Of course he left a message for me. I'm afraid you'll have to incapacitate the guards.
Great. Okay, I got it. Cool.
How I've missed this library. But we can't afford to linger here. To think Rama would go deep.
You'll go no further, Umbric. These new defenses were specially made with you in mind.
I seem to be detained. The construct ahead is heightening Rama's spellwork. Destroy it!
street lights. I don't know. Part of me wants to level up my
All students must follow policy. Compliance is not optional.
something else, but
Proceeding with impairment. Please remain still. Policy demands compliance. Suppressive measures necessary. Repeat. Please stand by.
Hello there.
hey lady, how you doing? Jesus.
Resume disciplinary measures.
I'm doing.
Compliance is not optional. Suppressive measures necessary. Security.
Are you guys running anything today? You gonna be on to do? I heard there's some storms going on too, so. Are you guys running anything today? Any mythic pluses or anything like that? Trying to get used to get back into it again. Ouch. It's a healer. Nice.
Zaranel, stand down. I have permission from Lorthamar himself.
Liar! None shall lay hands on the Cynosure! The Cynosure remains here! Deal fit all!
Restrain him. I'll take care of these shields.
Mark for defeat!
I almost wasn't in there. That would have been a little awkward.
I am unrelenting! Your fall is written!
Five,
Silence!
4, 3, 2, 1.
I didn't think I was casting anything. Maybe I was like a
Mark for
dum-dum.
defeat. Speak no more!
Help me remove the wards around the Sinister.
Hello, we are looking for the nuclear vessels in Alameda. Could you tell me where?
Hey Chris, how you doing? Oh yeah, an Ellie check.
Surround him. The vo-
This side. That. Nice to have other people interrupt him too. Shit. Oh fuck. Have anything for that? Got that. You get the big guys down. Now I can concentrate on the one. Good, good. Good. I'm glad to hear. Woo! Nice to know that some people know how to do this. That's so nice. Let me give you that nice little oomph. Holy crap. I've been waiting for so long. Steve and I were gonna try and play a different game today, but his computer's acting up again. So I'm just playing some WoW, trying to get. I need to group up with some guildies and stuff and do some actual like higher up mythic pluses.
Champion, I know what to do. I'll need to attune the Cynosure to the Void Storm. What is that monstrosity? You keep it occupied while I channel the spell and end this chaos.
You dare? Then down! Shadow, sealed in darkness. The void, hunger. Scattering shadows.
Oh shoot, I ran through it. Like a dum-dum.
Scattering shadows.
What? got this one. I feel bad for not getting the other ones, but they literally went over by us.
It is done. We have our way into the Void Storm. Let us inform Lortimar. And perhaps offer an apology for the near catastrophe.
Well, that's not necessarily what I needed, but...
All paths are possible.
I gotta work tomorrow too, so I was gonna go stream today. It's gonna go Sunday morning. To let you have some fragile hands over and over. Your oblivion. Really, I got declined? Over and over. Oh, what mythic keystone did I get? Also, let me sell shit.
Many deals for a friend of the Grummles, like you. I have many wares.
I got a 2. Emergency. Oh, they need a tank. Way too many times. Cool.
Finua Minore. We shall not.
Oh, yeah. Way too many times. Okay. I asked Maddie if he was running anything. He's like, no. Our power keeps going out because they're getting slammed by a storm. Like, just tell it to go away. Just, I don't understand the problem. Just tell it no, and it'll go away. Stars will cry, blackest tears tonight. I'm about to go to the other one, it's fine. From up here, the sky it's like a... Where the burbs? They're the burbs. Happy fall. Wish I was into Diablo like I used to be. I just am not anymore.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1.
I forgot lunch after this too. It's already 1:40. I never said this would be easy. Tell me how you feel. 5 words ahead. Yes, dear. There goes my. There you go. What do you want to do for your lunch, dear? Enjoy your lurk. Let's go, Zug Zug. Not very nice. Was I in something? I don't have another thing for that, it's okay. Alright, I popped my cooldown. Yes, dear. What would you like to do for lunch?
I really enjoy watching the Olympics and hearing all the national anthems. I'm just a big fan of country music.
Ouch. Nice, Zug took it. Hey, how you doing? We were just talking about you a couple days ago. Steve said he hadn't seen you on in a bit. God damn.
Might rules the skies. Behold, terror given.
Are you guys up to anything fun today? Oh no, Zug is dead. He Zug too hard. That's the tank. Got him up. Shoot. No way. Oh. not using that. Cool. This prop paladin is... That was interesting. Hold up. Kill the solar orbs. I don't know why they just wouldn't open that up. Like, why after, like, we've already passed this, you wouldn't just open that side up? Yeah? So tired. For forever. Against the current, let me slip away. Flood! I should. I think I'm out of it. Okay. I'd say I better be out of it. Yeah, it was just this side that just really fucked us up. Are you in or are you out? I want to know the end of the song. Bye bye.
We will cast you down like the mud.
Don't have it yet.
Let the scavengers below feed on their hunger. Behold the might of the Arakor!
There we go. Give him that. Let's go, Zug Zug.
Cast them down! Let the scavengers below feed on their
Well done, mortal.
Of course I get braces on this one, but they're leech. Set step down. I got the table too. Yeah, I'll be right back. Hey, yeah, Dorothy, let me know. My headphones are caught. Oh, I'm missing this song. I know that.
How fare you? Farewell.
How fare you?
Let's see what I should be upgrading. I mean, everything.
Farewell.
The skies call to me. Fair skies and strong winds.
I don't know if that'll be enough.
This world is vast and wondrous.
Almost.
Good health to you.
In unity, find strength.
Honored to meet you. May you find what you
Now, what
seek.
legs do I need? Or what leg enchant do I want? That is not where I want to go.
Honoria Shola.
Pretty sure it's this.
Treat my wares with care.
I need to do. There you are. Are you? There we go. Jarathi, I can hop in Murgle if you want to. I'm a Murgle hangout.
Hello.
Hello. How are you?
Hey, how are you?
Eh. I need to cook up some food. My cooking fire disappeared. That's cool.
With perseverance, strength.
I don't know where it went, but she just disappeared. My cooking fire. I put it down and it's on cooldown and it's nowhere to be found. Hey Cash, how you doing? Is there any all I have is Magister's 2 right now.
I've just been slowly leveling up all of it.
I'm at 895.
Yeah, my SR5, so sorry. But I don't care. Whatever.
Okay.
Whatever.
Cause I can try and find us some other stuff too.
Yeah, yeah. I could drop it down like 4, 3.
What was that?
I could drop it down level 2.
Oh, I could probably do higher than just the 2s. It's not gonna throw us into something too difficult until I get the... There's a couple of them I haven't done this season yet. I need to get the routes for. I haven't done Nexus Point yet. I haven't done the Caverns, and I haven't done Academy yet this time around. WoW is wowing. I got a lot to catch up on, so I would like to get my Mythic Plus score up, but cool. Is this one in Void Storm?
Yeah. One off to the side.
Catalog every newcomer.
Good.
I want to know secrets among these
The
latest
one at the
arrivals.
far end.
Oh, sorry. Listen, we have D's Knights on our team. I think we'll be okay.
Yeah.
The enemy amasses. Show them the true power of the void.
Okay, they're already all inside.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Should be fine. Hey, Silithia, how you doing?
5, 4,
The way
3,
forward opens,
2,
and
1.
your fate.
Get my way, Toes.
Lepraxian, give up this foolishness. We have already won.
You put all of Silvermoon in danger. This isn't worth the risk.
Where's he going? Where's he going?
There seem to be a few pieces missing. We have to find them if we're going to stop Lepraxian.
Just throwing out tentacles and interrupting. I don't think so.
Hurry up those repairs. If we aren't careful, that will be all of us.
Oh, well, I hit that like a dum-dum.
Overcome this trial. Win my faith.
Everyone's all like, man, everything's coming out too fast. They should take a break.
Yeah.
Slow down. And like if they had slowed down at the beginning and then, I don't know, like drop this stuff a little more spread out or something.
I don't know. I haven't really been on as much to notice some of the stuff they're doing anymore.
Yeah.
I just see what everybody's talking about. That's about it.
It's just a weird.
I've been doing like the diving, the fishing that they have available, the deep sea spear fishing. Have you been doing that yet?
I have.
That's got a whole thing too. I got somebody on me. I'm bringing him over. Oh my goodness. It's a seer. I would love the tank to grab the seer.
Good old fashioned self heal.
I'm throwing you some heals too.
Yeah, the healer's dead.
Enjoying the weekend? Nice. I have to work tomorrow. We're doing an esports event, and I gotta help with the software on that tomorrow.
What
Call of Duty.
Nice.
It's for the military, so of course it's gonna be Call of Duty. But it's not Warzone, which makes me happy. Nice. Yeah, I haven't done any tabletop stuff in a while.
Oh no! You can't do this to me.
Here, take a shield.
Forgot that those people not move above it if I need it to move.
Oh no, I got dazed. I'll heal her a little bit too. I'll pop that cooldown.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Hi, Grim.
That's.
Jesus. stand-in stuff, you know? Maybe.
5, 4, 3, 2.
Whee!
Don't forget to send the conduits.
I have my own escort, and then I can pull you wherever I want to as well.
You will realize I was right, Valeria. Your judgment has been clouded by the void, as it always does.
See you, Cash.
My vision has
Enjoy the
never
lurk.
been clearer, Lothraxian, but I don't want to believe it.
Oh.
Overcome this trial. Win my favor.
Just grabbing everything in here again.
Steve doing? Is he working today? That seems like it should be.
No, he was off yesterday too. It just happened to fall on his usual day off. How about the healer again? Oh. Sounds good, Cash. Yeah, he's having some. He's having.
It's a DPS or the healer. Someone's having.
He's been having problems with his computer not being able to like play stuff. Game's just not wanting to open for him, period.
That's weird.
Yeah. But he hasn't been able to play Baldur's Gate at all.
He can't get his porn fix.
Nor.
What a miserable display. You have all failed in your purpose.
Overcome this trial. Win
Sophie, are you still in chat? I'm curious. Has the year felt very long to you? Or, yeah. Taking forever? It's just weird to it.
Grim's been playing a little bit. He's been playing more than me. It seems like they gave, yeah, seemingly made, like, getting, Mythic Pluses done easier, but I think they're giving everybody enough time to kind of work on everything. What I could just kind of feel.
I guess maybe it's because I'm just looking at like when I'm pretty sure they're going to release it next year, which I think they said it on BlizzCon or
Oh geez.
November. Right, that's where I'm like.
Well, they've been given probably because that's what the point whatever stuff is. But a lot of people are highly disappointed with this stuff right now too. Yeah.
Because early on, during the patch, they were like, okay, geez, slow down. So
yeah.
Just spread it out a little bit. To be honest, they want to do like different raids, like different size raids, like drop it. One boss raid they drop is it's more like a gear catch up than anything else. Like
yeah, the new guy, the spore guy.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Mushroom dude. More than anything, he's like a kind of a gear.
Yeah.
Gear pinata, but like they could do like a little 2-boss raid or something.
Well, they've done in the past.
Yeah, that would go a long way towards making it feel less slow.
New wave boss is just a way for them to test their new instance world boss. Yeah. Also, hello, Mole.
Hello, Mole. Hope you're feeling better. We did not do a lot of damage. Less than everything I thought.
There will be no end to your suffering. Eliminate these intruders or be devoured. There will be no end to your suffering.
My bad. Touched him before the tank did.
You got the last conduit. Make sure to send them over.
Helped our healer.
And also the mythic flex too, I would guess.
Yeah.
Lothraxian, this isn't what the light demands of us. Think of the lives that will be lost. Just trust us.
I am, aside from my absolutely fucked sleep schedule, I can't wait for the stint to be removed as well.
It's working. Starting the bridge now.
Oh wait, what's that? So like they did all the all the separate bosses and they put some off to be a little bit later. All the separate raids. They do like a right when pretty much everyone's in fun, they just drop another like, 2-boss.
Yeah.
Hey, that seems like it could be decent. Then again, expansions are supposed to be quicker than that, right? We're going for like a quicker 18 months or 3 years.
Oh, I'm out of it? Okay, I'm out of it.
Also, you're a little quiet in Discord chat.
I am?
Yeah.
Because I'm not talking? I'm just listening to you talk too. And I'm quieter than usual. I'm just tired. I gotta work tomorrow, and then Monday I gotta be in at 8 for the event. Yeah. I volunteered to work it. So I think it'd be pretty fun, pretty cool. Right in the middle, yep.
The one with no horns.
Can't no bitches if you ain't got no horns. No bitches.
The number of bitches you have is equal to the number of horns you have.
No bitches, yeah. No horns, no bitches.
2 horns, 2 bitches.
Mm-hmm.
Simple man.
The real ones know. Just mass dispel.
That's a nice utility.
I went up 229.
Farewell, old friend.
Weep, weep.
31.
Sure, small bowl I'll take.
Or spark. Nope. I re-rolled my keystone. Now it's a pit of Sarong.
Try not to slay too many dragons, okay?
Nice. I don't think there's anything in here that I really need.
Is there a way for like if you leave the group, do I follow? Or
No.
we
We'd have to leave and rejoin again. It's stupid.
We just don't have the technology.
Nope. They have it for queuing, but not for like walking in. Oh. Nope. Everybody else just left. Maddie's still doing. Let me see if Maddie's. See if his power's still acting up. They've been having storms, he said.
I have many lucky doos you like. Farewell, friend of the Grummles.
Are you planning a purchase? May my goods serve you well.
Mm. I think he's just in a delve right now. That's right. You had a hit. Was it plus what?
5 hit of Sarong.
Let me ask in guild really quick. Steve making curry. Um we did our barbecue yesterday. I did some
Why didn't the Terminator upgrade to Windows 10? I asked him and he said, I still love Vista, baby.
Thanks, dear. I made some tri-tip. We did some chicken, some corn. Our neighbor brought over some really nicely seasoned mushrooms to grill up too. It was good. Our friend Liz made a banana lumpia from scratch too. That was really, really good.
Damn.
Yeah. Neighbors brought over some appetizers, some smoked meat. From their parents' house. They hunt over on Big Island. So they gave him some meat, smoked meat.
As was the style.
It was good. It was good. Now that we have our grill working again, it's been nice to grill like every week. I don't know how people are gonna be on today, but
Okay.
Mulv, are you playing Diablo or are you taking a break? You want to come do a couple keys? Oh. Ouch. Ouch. Okay, Mulv will hop on. Should work on my enchanting still too.
Glory to the Sindora. We shall not falter. With perseverance, strength.
Can we grab him as soon as he logs in? Is the new season of Diablo any good? I haven't had any sort of hankering for Diablo in a long time.
Unbelievable!
So his power's still acting up somewhat. Just in case Maddie wanted to tank anything. Like, I've been tempted to just reinstall Diablo 3 and go have some fun.
Yeah, fair enough. The free DPS party.
Hmm.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello. I have to rewire my fingers from playing Diablo. I'm pressing tab to open my map and shit.
That's why I usually play Diablo just with the controller. That way I don't have to worry about it.
But yeah, this season is
Yeah.
It's got too much RNG on top of RNG. With the way that the new mythics work.
Yeah. That's what I was kind of seeing with Rob's social stuff. Like, some of the guys don't even have mythics.
Yeah, there's like...
The guys that literally make the guides and know how to fucking get them don't even have any.
Well, that's the problem is it's like, so you can chain farm specific ones, but the fact that you can't chain farm all of them, and a lot of the builds require the can drop from anywhere uniques, and every single unique can be a mythic at this point.
Okay, it is under there. Okay.
Like, I typically do Bloodwave, and that's my preferred play style, but I have not had any luck in getting any of the stuff I needed to play that spec, so I'm stuck playing Minion.
Yeah. I think they're still doing stuff for Diablo 3. If I remember correctly, they're still doing seasons for it.
Oh, are they?
I think so, yeah. MRC. Yeah, season 39. Started June 19th. Like, I'd rather play D3 than D4.
Because the Witch Doctor?
Well, no, just in general, it's been a more fun game to play.
Like, last season was great. I enjoyed last season. Oh, where are we going?
Pit.
Oh, we're doing Mikey?
Yeah. No, we're doing your key. I don't know who Mikey is.
But yeah, it definitely feels like there's an A/B dev team because every other season
where am I
has
going?
been garbage.
We just put all of our good ideas in this season, then we take a break. Then we put all of our good ideas in this season, we take a break.
Basically, yeah. Like the major mechanic for this season is a rehashed mechanic from like season 4 or 5. And it's not even that great because you go and you kill the boss, you go into the portal, and then it's like, here's some generic loot. There's no you don't get anything extra from going in. You can completely ignore it and you don't lose out on anything.
Am I summoning myself right now?
Oh,
I am.
we're already here. Oh, and Dark
Oh my goodness.
So do you feel like this season is like very long, dragging on?
For WoW, yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
I mean, part of it was the fact that it's so easy to gear that there's no push beyond that. Like, I hit mythic gear level like week 2 or 3.
You did not get the mushroom cap?
4, 3.
No, I have a particular issue where I can't function if I can't see my character properly. This is why I always turn off that shit.
5, 4.
It was really bad when I played my evoker because of the dash.
Oh yeah. Hang on, Wolf.
Is this a loss? No, this is
You will have to make your way across this quarry on your own.
Let me nullify Wolf's sparses.
Oh yeah.
Doesn't I mean don't they have I guess I know they have a way to account for your vote.
Oh.
I'm trying, Wolf, I'm trying.
That's all good.
The Og Evoker is throwing spells at.
Sorry, I was getting picked up.
You're in good hands.
Oh, that wasn't me. I can get out of that real easy.
It was me.
Oh. Don't worry, chick, you're in good hands. The Og Evoker. Man, look at my lawyer. I'm going to jail.
Shit. By the way, my mushroom people.
Out of that, and it drops me.
Yeah, I know there's some.
Look at this guy. Oh, liberate these people.
You think if the voice actress was out that they had some what is it? Some takes were like, no, that sounds too much like porn. We need some deniability.
Oh no, absolutely not.
Really? You don't think there's some in the in the tank that are like behind the scenes?
Have you heard her voice lines for Hearthstone?
I have not.
Yeah, she actually comments about the whole Zalatos thing and
jeez,
Naifu. So they absolutely know what they're doing.
time to pump up the tank.
You are.
I got him. I got him. I got him. Fuck. I missed that. Interrupt. Ah! Hello?
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 Is it me you're looking for?
Oh, I got that one. Excuse me, I don't appreciate that.
That's not mine.
That's not mine. Have you been paying any attention to the WNBA season so far?
No, I haven't.
No.
But,
No hostile acts?
yeah, because they're, that layout. We're going as cheap on everything as we can. So.
Don't we need to get the other one? We're gonna kill him first. Okay. No, I'll be okay. I'm still eating this. Thank you.
We'll save for snack. For later. Now, your bones will freeze. We'll save for snack. For later. Giant underpants. Clean. Save boss great shape. For later.
Not this little guy. Are you guys still progging stuff too?
No. You're gonna.
Oh, I'll go back. I'll go back. I'll go back.
We're on the how can we stretch this farm out?
Right.
Section of the tier. Wow.
Leave it to fart bottom.
Who's fart bottom?
This stank bitch here.
Oh, let me go.
Attack. Maim, destroy, devour, consume.
Bop it. Pull it.
Fist it. Pinch. Bop it.
Yeah, dear. This is the character you named me.
Fart bottom? Of course I know it. He's me.
Arms and legs are in short supply. Thanks for your
Overcome this trial.
Yeah, Molv.
Is there a trick with this Validate Affix, or is it just heal?
You can also dispel yourself, and it gets rid of it.
Okay. Like, this seemed like the type of thing where there's supposed to be a trick along with it, but I don't see the trick.
No, there's no trick. It's actually the best, easiest affix to deal with.
It seems like it, yeah.
Everybody's got a way of dispelling it.
Sorry. Wee.
Death is all that awaits you.
I pretty much maxed out on like champion stuff. I only have two pieces of hero.
Master's sanctum so easily. Pursue me if you dare.
This one's down here. You stupid bitch. Get your fucking ass up here. I got paid, which means I can buy the little bit of stuff that I got in my cart for the Steam sale.
Nice.
I'm only getting a couple things. The new Deep Rock Galactic, Deep Rock Survivors thing, expansion, and then Mecha Chameleon. Haven't bought yet. It's also on my list. Yep. That I'll buy and not be able to play with anybody because I don't have fucking time. Listen, you make this very difficult for a caster.
Heroes, to me!
Intruders have entered the Master's domain. Signal the alarm. Heroes, we will
Missed a pack somewhere.
even to our dying breath.
Yeah, we 2%.
I mean, it's fine. We can do this and then go back down to the beginning. I think it's going to be a problem.
Oh no, it might be close.
Oh, 15 and 1550 left. I don't know.
Such a shameful display. You are better off dead. Shameful display. You are better off dead.
I got Molf.
And yet, the void still grows.
Brave champions, we owe you our lives, our freedom. Though it be a
We just probably grab these two things here.
Literally, yeah, literally like a beast in the woods.
Well done, mortal.
We go all the way back up to the top, yeah. Yep.
Your
Oh, something was killing me.
But I didn't quite get you. I'm sad.
I'm sad.
I'm sad.
Oh look, that's a dead key. I got a 12 Algathar. Oh, thanks.
I see that. Hmm. Need to grab a drink after this.
You need rests?
Depending, yeah, I'm on champion right now. Let me see.
Haste voice.
I did not get shit.
Opening a portal.
No, they're champion, it's fine. Thank you.
I now have an 8 sky reach. Oh.
I can't wait for next season's dungeons. I'm so excited.
What are they again? I remember them. seeing them and being like, that doesn't seem good.
So it's the 3 that we didn't do this season for the new dungeons. So Murder Row, Den of Nalarak, the arena one, the new dungeon, which is currently not tuned very well on the PTR, and then Sethrak. Crap. Okay, so Murder Row, Den of Nalarak, Blinding Veil, Void Scar Arena, Ultra Fangs, which is the new one, Ruby Life Pools, King's Rest, and Temple of Sethralus.
Oh, King's Rest will be fun again.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, sure. I can't even. I can hear him yelling through the headphones.
I'll also get a drink.
Okay.
Okay.
Drath, also went to go get a drink.
Okay. We have. I have a 2 terrace, and then we have your key as well.
Yeah, I'm just gonna delete this key. I mean, I'm not really. Oh, when did I get this? I'm not really worried about, oh no, I'm gonna brick a key. It's resilient. I don't give a shit. I have not been playing any WoW for like, aside from popping in Wednesday when I felt good enough to try to raid and then ended up bailing out.
Yeah.
Because I had a situation with my sutures.
Oh no.
They were like, where did he go? According to Ellie.
So I just need to basically do times 7s, yeah. For KSM.
Yeah, 7s are easy.
Then it's what, 2,500 for the other mount, yeah.
Yep. Yeah, it is.
Those are gonna be like the 10s, yeah.
Yeah, it's the white crow, and the stupid part about it is it doesn't sound like a crow, it chirps like a songbird.
Okay.
Okay.
Welcome back.
What key did you have again, Jarathi?
An 8 Sky Reach. Let me double check. Yeah, an 8 Sky Reach.
I feel like we should be able to do that.
Easy.
Stop, browse. Smell. Beware of Yeti. Oh, I have just the thing. Wanderer. Punches, punches, lucky doos and root.
Let's see. We have somebody. I'm not done with my outfit.
May your feet find good trails. Oh, I have just the thing, Wanderer.
I do like that they finally added watches to this.
Oh yeah, they did, didn't they?
Mm-hmm.
Farewell, friend of the Grummels. Punches, punches, lucky doos and root. Good fortune to all friends of the Grummels.
How's this outfit?
Oh no.
Ready?
You look like you missed Oktoberfest by a couple months.
Is it the hat?
That's part of it, yeah.
I think it's just the hat. Sue doesn't want to walk around with bread and beer. Bread and bread.
Bread and liquid bread.
Mm-hmm. Well, the problem is I can't wear shoes.
True.
So everything else just looks weird.
I need a better offhand, but there are so few good offhands.
Come, shop, browse. Smell. May your feet find good trails.
Okay. Drathi already there?
No, not quite yet.
Skyreach?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, the call.
Isn't that an edgy guild name as Azeroth bleeds?
These are the days of our lives. Oh, let me eat really quick. Bitch, where's my food? Motherfucker. Oh, you know what I did? Nope, not that. I think I deposited them.
How shameful.
Like a dum-dum. Sorry, I have my half food.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1.
The late start was because of you.
Mm-hmm.
Once you know that.
Nope, Jarathi didn't put the key in at the right time.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Embrace it. Leave your sanity behind.
I'm gonna start this race again.
There you go, Wolf. I'm helping.
Is that really a lust first bold type of group?
If I weren't in the group, yes.
Okay. Fair enough.
I mean, I should counter that though, because I'm in the group. So therefore, yes.
True.
Mm-hmm.
Overcome this trial. Win my faith.
I don't think I can dispel myself.
You should be able to.
It isn't letting me.
Well, I got you that. Someone got me.
Uppies.
Resist. Yes. Resist. And
Okay, you
yet
said just
the
yet.
void still grows.
I will slice the flesh from your bones.
No, I went too far back. Son of a bitch. I went just too far back.
That's awkward.
Mm-hmm.
Loser.
Mm-hmm. Sorry, you have another person to buff now, so. Oh.
Oh, we got the waste stone, so I think you should be able to release. I'm also resing.
Yeah, I'm just waiting. Thank you.
Where are you?
Where are you?
Resist. Yes. Resist. And yet, the void still grows.
Stop it. Stupid bitch. The elemental.
When you got? Huh? Is this a lesson book?
We don't have it right now, but still have 5 minutes. I don't have a master spell right now. Could also just heal myself. The next one I can master spell. Ouchie, 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 you little shit. Fuck you.
Fuck you in particular.
God, fuck you. Go for the other squishy bitch.
The monk learned. The monk's like, oh, you targeted someone? I'm just
Just popping the cocoon on him. I'll go around this side. Is this a lust pull?
No, Patrick, that's me.
Mm. Oh. You guys both got those? Okay. I'm gonna stay over here. Move, bitch. Get out the way. My name's Fart Bottom, but I ain't no rando. I know how dungeon works.
Are you sure?
No. I don't know anymore. I don't play this game anymore. I don't know more. No more. Whee!
Is this a lust pull?
That's what I was gonna ask. Let's fuck him up.
It fucks me up when I'm doing on this tune and I can't steer the breath. What?
Yeah. Get used to it.
You're like, yeah, I'm gonna just start the breath right next to the edge because I can just cancel it or steer out of it.
I've launched myself off of things because I forgot to steer, but I couldn't steer.
The Celeste pull?
I mean, I just did it, so.
Oh, well. There you go, Molf.
So yes.
There you go, Molf. Take that.
I think the last boss is probably more threatening, but man, probably ball.
This is the worst boss right here. Oh.
Okay.
Goodbye to our healer.
He thought he was slick.
Nope. I ain't fucking with that.
Yeah, I saved my fire breath for this part as an invoker, and once I get past this one corner, I just zoom over to the stairwell.
Yeah. Yeah.
I miss my mobility.
I made it.
Me too.
Back here. I'm back. Fuck, man.
Overcome this trial. Then my fate.
Got that one.
No CT.
I think we were all of our stuff was down. I'm like, fucking, whatever. Orbs up.
I don't think is it going to be percentage?
Nope.
This seems like not a lot. I ain't a math magician, but
It's not rocket surgery.
Yeah, we got it.
I think we got it.
Oh, wow. Okay. Is this a lust pool?
It is a last pool? Go Molv as a gift for surviving that.
Thank you.
You earned it. I heard Steve go blah, 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 from the other room. I don't know what he said. Probably something. Fuck that hoe. Something. Got the kick.
For now.
Opening a portal.
I don't think there's anything in this one I really need either. Thank you.
There we go.
What'd you end up getting?
Well, it turned into a Nexus Point 11.
Mm.
I think is beyond. Or at least me, right?
It's a plus. Yeah, we plus 3'd that. Makes sense. I do believe that was worth a whole lot of points, though.
I need an effect with the lights, like a rave option, like to have the lights do whatever during this music. I would be able to. Let me see. It is. It should be these. Okay. This might be. Let me see. No, it's not quite doing it. I think this is the one I wanted. You might be figuring it out.
What'd you say?
Oh, I'm trying to figure out the lights. Let's see what else we can grab. Nope. I was looking for a key for us again. Let me see. Magisters. No, that's got already a couple people. I think it's already got a couple of DPS in them. Whew. There's a 6-seat with a tank. It's a 10 AA.
The triumvirate.
What was that?
Nothing.
Mm. A lot of 2s with a tank and a healer.
Yup.
$14 Skyrage, no. 14s, 2s, 11 Spire, 10 AA still. Nine Magisters. I think I have the dance party one. Oh, why? Oh, because all my light stuff is off. That's why. Because I didn't have my lights on before. There you go. Declined. I don't even know if this guy's paying attention. We'll go to a different seat then. Feel like I wasn't paying attention.
Seat of the triumvirate. Oh, no, no, no.
Oh, is this actually working now? I'm heading over there now. Oh. The tank went offline.
Oh.
That's fun.
Rip.
See if he comes back. Doesn't come back soon. I'll just find us another key.
Okay.
Hello, Peanut. What do you look? I see what you're going for. Stop it. All right. Well, I am uninvited them.
Okay.
Let's see what else somebody has. Come on, get us in. Be super easy. Yeah.
Main runner, okay.
Easy. Now I gotta come back.
Me too.
Now I gotta come back. Take the long way.
A new Balore Delana. Alright, I'm on my way. Well, I've been on my way, but now I'm off the mount.
I'm on my way.
I'm on my way. I'm here. She being a little menace over there too? She went over to Steve. Yeah, here, stop.
You violated the law.
He just chased her out. Just saw her skedoodle out. That was pretty fucking funny.
That's
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Five,
The void
4,
beckons us
3,
onward.
2, 1.
Embrace it. Leap.
My sisters were the last to visit these halls, but they threw their home and their bond away. If we can calm the spirits here, maybe they'll return. The Ranger General was sharp and steadfast, while the Peacekeeper kept the calm. Which path will you choose?
Is that the cat that did it? The healer? Push them all away.
Probably, yeah, it was a typhoon thing.
Sylvanas didn't ask to be Ranger General, but she gave everything to the task, including her life.
Boo, 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 boo.
She trained with a bow.
Of course, as soon as I put my AoEs down, he starts moving. Motherfucker.
To loot it and anything else that belonged to her.
Gotta make it a little difficult for you. Or I don't like.
Yo.
Yes.
Get down this place. Slow my internet.
Right. 6 seconds. Take them both. Just in time for him to probably move them again.
Of course.
Overcome this trial. Win my favor.
You guys stupid bitch. Have some heals.
Oh.
I'm gonna drop this back here. Maybe die. Yep.
Casual full channel on it. 'Cause none of us knew it was full.
Take that right now. Oh! Get back in spooky form. There we go. I got the interrupt.
Did the thing not know the first one got pulled?
I don't
Probably
know.
not.
Yeah, that's what it felt like. If we were all on one side of the road.
Our mother's bow meant everything to Sylvanas once. I'll need it.
Gonna be a long yank.
Sylvanas was sometimes vain and loved to be admired, but she never wanted to be worshipped. Let's find
She
the
never
next
wanted to be worshipped, my ass.
That's it's his ghost. He died when he was real young. Like, give him a break. He, you know.
True.
Maybe now my sister will come back. We'll be a family again.
I had to set it up again to test where it was coming out of, and it's still coming out of the same one.
Oh, you
I gotta
sweet
figure it
summer
out.
child. Well, I mean, maybe Sylvanas and Marisa, but Malaria, maybe not.
Not yet. She's gonna be a raid boss in season 3, probably.
Yeah, maybe not.
Teresa
Who wants
was
to
the
tell them?
peacekeeper of our family. She spent many days tending to the gardens here, but the wilderness has overtaken it now.
I interrupted the wrong thing. It's okay.
I don't think you can interrupt the territorial Dragonhawks because I've tried.
No, it was the steward.
I can't wait for next season for a Frost Mage because I'm going from Gatling gun to nuclear cannon.
Jeez.
With the tier set.
Nice.
It switches from, what's this ability called? Whatever it's called, to Glacial Spike.
Oh yeah.
So I'm gonna be hitting like I've got Chaos Bolts.
Nice.
There you go, I got that one.
In a meaningful way. Fire. Be gone.
Yeah.
God damn it.
The soothing sounds of my heart brought Marisa joy beyond measure. I need that.
I'm gonna hold off on giving you the P. Hmm?
Penis.
We introduced our sweet German neighbor to the grapefruit technique. She didn't know what it was, and we were all cackling about it.
And yet, the void still grows.
That was such a bad time to have that fucking shit.
You're right.
Fuck, man. Yeah, she didn't know about the grapefruit technique. So we showed it to her. She started cracking up. She got beat red, but we were all cracking up. Gimme.
Well now, that Dragonhawk seems to have stolen my heart. She won't let you close without a fight.
There you go. Have fun.
I will.
Mm-hmm. You good over there?
Yeah, I accidentally. I was looking not like the way I was looking, so I bashed into the
Oh.
stunned you.
Which is soon.
Executus.
No.
PTSD. Yeah, you know me. Oh god.
Steve came in here, looked at Piston, and was like, mm-hmm.
Itself if her family was threatened.
Mm-hmm.
Come, we have one more relic to find.
Overcome this trial. Win my favor.
No, volcanic lock now, how could you?
Alaria hunted the old horde with a ferocity bordering on obsession. For good reason. They took my life, savaged our home. One of Alaria's scouting maps is within.
Ouch.
It seems to have called on the ghosts of vengeance.
Excuse me, pardon me.
We need that map from them.
I got that one.
Resist. Yes. Resist. And yet, the
Are we going?
voice
We're going.
grows.
We're in a bounce house.
Good. Go, broccoli, go. Go, broccoli, go. No, I didn't quite make it. I like the grip in. Oh, fuck. Listen, I tried. I just wasn't fast enough.
Taste my asses.
And my ash. I'm healing.
I'm also throwing heals on him. Through when I can.
We've done it. One last task remains.
Healer, please.
I'll use these relics to return peace to the spire. Perhaps then my sisters will return to me. There, the restless heart that haunts us. Please, lay it to rest.
Here, take fucking that then. Oh yeah, and we had lust. Like, it'll be okay.
What? How did that stun me?
Oh no.
It's bullshit.
Alright, we still have mold.
Couldn't have stunned me.
Oh, I'm out of mana.
Ooh.
You guys got this.
That's rough, buddy.
Resist. Yes. Resist.
Thank God for cooldown.
And yet, the void still.
Oh, mana.
Get one draft. There we go. You still have ice block too, yeah?
That's what I used to sit through that.
Hey, happy 4th, all.
Hey.
Hello.
I mean, they're down to 4%. You're fine. Just destroy. Maim, destroy, devour. Consume. Whew. Easy.
At last, the spirits that linger within these halls have found peace.
You need shoulders?
My sisters will be able to
Hero?
As for myself,
yes.
I shall fill these halls with
As soon as you said hero, I said yes.
Thank you, champions.
What are you guys up to tonight?
They might be your best.
I think so.
You Mythic Plus.
Anything in the anything I could squeeze my lovely 250 hunter into?
No, we're DPS'd out right now.
You could take my spot because I think I want to go on my walk now before the fireworks.
Oh yeah.
Before I start need to like actually put a helmet on. Get down. So
since probably 7 o'clock, between the explosions, the gunshots, the more explosions, the more gunshots, and I swear to God, I think somebody around here literally has a military issue mortar. Because like our house is No, I was joking, Jarathi. I'm not too worried about it. I just did a 2-key and I wanted to pull my hair out. This is why I don't play with people from 12th Loss.
I mean, we had a Ragnaros tank and he was actually pretty good. Our healer left or maybe lost connection.
They're stormed, so they
right
lost
before the last
connection.
boss. Yeah.
Like, I don't have an issue with it. Like, you have good players, you have bad players. It's across all servers. I mean, it doesn't bother me in the slightest. What annoyed me is it was a guild group and they were just short of DPS and needed a hero. It was 2 monks, a VDH, and a resto druid. I out-healed as a hunter, at least on myself, I out-healed the healer. Like, I was doing more healing to myself than the healer was doing. And I was doing double the DPS of both of the monks. And I'm like, I know nothing about this class. I just know my button rotation is 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 4, 2, 1, 2.
Jeez, yeah.
Yo, that's my rotation. Occasionally weaving in a cooldown. And I'm just like, how? Like at one point in time, like it was Pit of Sauron, and you know the what is it, the gargoyles? Aren't those the thingies that pick people up?
Yeah, the little birds.
Yeah. Why nobody was interrupting or even switching to that? We had like 47 deaths. We timed it by 3 seconds. And that was because I had hero and all my cooldowns going into the last boss.
Yeah. Yeah, it'd be like that.
One, my first thought basis is what in the holy hell is Hunter? Like, I literally just put my 4 set together and my damage tripled.
Yeah, that happened.
I'm like, what in the world is this spec?
Let's see. Okay. Well, thanks for the runs. I'm gonna go head out on my walk. Try not to die to fireworks.
Okay.
It was fun.
Yeah. See you all later.
Bye.
I grab.
I'm gonna turn actually turning this into a tier is like better, I think. Oh, I need to go grab my enchant too.
So how you been, chick? I haven't talked to you in a while.
Busy as fuck. That's why I haven't really. I've hardly been playing WoW because I've just been busy with work.
Yeah, I was gonna say I've noticed that like I never see you popping on and off anymore. It's like normally I'll at least see you pop on intermediately.
Yeah. It's been busy because we have an event that we're doing too. That's gonna be an esports event on Monday. So that's gonna be fun. I want that, yeah.
Have you done the new raid yet?
The one guy?
Yeah, what is it, Sporefall?
Yeah, I got the ring off of it.
Nice.
First try.
I still have 3 more bonus rolls I gotta do, or in there I gotta do. It's annoying for me. It's annoying because Guardian wants the trinket.
Yeah.
And the neck. So I need to try to get those because that's what I have left. I accidentally screwed up and turned the myth helm into tier, not remembering that I already have 4 set in Guardian and I need that as my off tier.
Oh, that's fun.
So I have to cycle back through and pray I either A, get it on a drop 1 week, or B, cycle through all the bonus rolls and hope I bonus roll it again.
Fun.
I was like, no, I made a mistake. And I put a socket in it and everything.
Oh, no.
But the saving grace is Sparrow actually uses that as tier helms, because Sparrow uses shoulders as off piece. So I was like, okay, at least I'm saved there.
Yeah.
No, I'm not really playing Feral.
Let's see.
Oh, and I suppose hi, Mole.
I guess.
Yo.
Chick's not around anymore, so I don't get the soundboard of the "fuck you mole." So it's like I forget you exist sometimes.
I mean, to be fair, I haven't been around except for partially once for last month because of my surgery. So
Yeah.
Yeah, how you feeling anyway? I saw the post about that.
yeah, I'm doing better. It was just like the suture caught on my shirt when I twisted wrong, and it ended up starting bleeding, and I had to take care of that, and that's why I ended up disappearing. I got a message from Ellie, and I was like, "Oh yeah, I'm in the bathroom taking care of this."
Yeah, she came back and said that, and it's like I had just joined the Discord or the voice comms at that point, so I didn't know anything that was going on. So I just kind of messaged Jarathi privately and was like, "What's up with?"
Yeah, I had kidney surgery the beginning of June, so now I just have to wait until August to get the
Oh, I already
stint
have one
taken
on.
out, and that's what the sutures are because the stint is like right there.
Damn. Yeah, I've been going through it. My grandfather-in-law's got stage 3 cancer, and now I'm
Oh, well,
apparently the
shit.
chauffeur.
That sucks.
Yeah, that sucks.
Well, I wouldn't be like I get it doesn't phase me in the slightest because his health, it is what it is. But what annoys me is the fact that I've had to give up one or two security jobs because I basically can't work morning shifts at this
Hey,
point
Dad,
in
how you
time,
doing?
and everything I'm applying for because I want to be home with the kids is all morning stuff. I got one interview Monday or Tuesday for a security position over at the hospital that I'm hoping I can do remote, but I have no real information in regards to it. Or my wife, of course, is like, well, I mean, it's kind of a good thing. I'm like, yeah, but I'm tired of like literally penny pinching. Like, I'm spending the last $2 in cash I have right now to get a cup of coffee.
Yeah.
Because it's the 4th of July, I have Bailey's at home and need coffee to go with it. Hey, I don't get to do a lot. I had a gummy earlier and it didn't do shit for me because apparently my tolerances are too high. And so I was like, screw it, I'm just gonna order some Baileys and call it a night.
Yeah.
But what's your esport thing, chick?
They're doing a Call of Duty tournament on base during the Rim Pack event that is going on right now out here at Pearl Harbor.
Damn, I didn't realize you were that close to Pearl.
No, I mean, husband worked there for like over 20 years. He never went anywhere
Hold on
else.
one second, chick. I gotta turn you up because I can barely.
So that's crazy that people say they can barely hear me in Discord right now. But like my microphone's all the way up.
Oh no, it was me on my end.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah. I mean, my husband was stationed there for like a very long time, and he's still technically working there with his new job too. So, and then I work at the.
You gotta remember,
I work over by there anyway. So.
Yeah. I mean, you gotta remember, chick. I have only been in since the end of what the end of Dragonflight. I think was when I joined Marvel.
Yeah. I think Steve was still in when you joined. I think.
Because I just remember I joined and it was either me and Jarathi or me and Ellie tanking when I joined, and then I got Ilek in during Anthrax. Oh, they're out of straws. Okay, we're good.
No, he was out, I guess. It was the end of Dragonflight was season 4?
Yeah. Yeah, because
Oh, yeah, he was retired from them, but yeah, he was stationed out here for a long time.
I unfortunately have never been there. I've had like 3 opportunities to go, but every single time it fell through.
Yeah.
Because my dad almost got stationed there when I was a kid, but my mom didn't want to move, so we didn't go. And then one of my buddies from college, when he joined the military, that's where he got stationed at.
Yeah. What else do I want? I'm just grabbing my other gems too. Since I have another one with a slot available.
Treat my wares with care.
I gotta go home and get motivated and actually run some stuff.
Yeah, I'm just running with Mole right now. I want to try and get KSM if I can. It doesn't seem that difficult this time around, so I just haven't been on.
No, God, no. God, no.
The difficulty part is just getting on.
I think I got 3K like week 3.
Yeah, it's about right.
Did my 12s and then just kind of messed around with it. And
yeah.
The bonus roll system killed my motivation to do anything because it's like I'm fully geared.
Yeah. Okay, let's see.
So it's just like, well, now what do I do?
Yeah, I'm sitting on like 14 rerolls because I have like 2 or 3 pieces I still need to get out of Hero because I haven't been on and playing.
Yeah.
I'll throw us into an academy.
What irks me and annoys me right now is like everything's telling me, oh, I need to go with the Laura ring, and it's like I'm not gonna kill Laura this tier on Mythic. You can go ahead of me because I just realized I left my wallet.
Oh no.
Yep, I gotta run back to the house. Hey John, I gotta run over to the house, so I'll be back in 5 minutes. I just realized that my wallet's in my work pants, and my work pants are in the house. Hi, puppy.
That's fun.
This is what I get for not using my brain.
There they are.
Although I do have to shuffle, and Mold, you can hate me for this one. So when I did my CE for Chimeras, I bonus rolled, and the very first thing I got off Chimeras was my gaze.
Oh, that's cool.
You got the gaze off of a boss?
I
all of them?
rolled Mythic Gaze on my first Chimeras kill.
Wonder how good Mythic Gaze are. Wow.
It's
fabulous.
They're extra spicy.
If you have the heroic version of Gaze, then it ends up being like a 1.5% DPS increase overall, but it's not like a giant leap forward.
Yeah, that's why I haven't bothered. Like, I can get into Mythic Pugs pretty easily. I just haven't. It's so little of an increase that it's not even really worth it. I mean, we're not Mythic Raiders. Or I'm not. I could be, but I'm not.
Could you though?
Yeah, absolutely. I have the degen mentality of it, and you know better than
Oh,
most.
that's true. That's true. That's true. That's true. You don't say anything else. Nothing else is required. Oh, where did I put? There it is.
I'm gonna sneak my 12 in here.
Oh, please no. Pete, I just set up the camera and now you're moving. Turtling. It's like she knows. She just has her paws in front of it now. Sorry, I'm here.
Are you though?
Nar. Oh, nar. Nar. Or nor.
And that last dungeon is exactly why I keep jumper cables on me.
Oh yeah.
I saw Jirathi go down and I'm like, shit, we don't have a battle res. Time to go use it.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Peanut butter. Of course. Now you
Hopefully
move
we
out
get
of the
the alley
camera.
bug.
The way forward
That was fucking funny.
and
I saw that in real
yours
time.
twines with mine.
I still don't know what triggered that.
She was, I think it's because she didn't come across the proper way. She was in somebody else's stuff, so.
Oh.
What do I want? I always forget.
How wonderful. It has been quite some time since the academy has been open.
Indeed. Come with us. It should only take
Yeah,
a
I'll take
moment
credit.
to set up for a new lesson. Well, it seems like things are in further disrepair than we anticipated.
These lashers must have grown wild while we were away. Please, if you could, clear them out while we rearrange the root magics of this place.
You're now peed with an eye. I'm coming in. I have things on me. Bitch, get the fuck off me. Go away. Fuck you. Oh, Molv died. Oh, I'm dead.
And back I have been sitting 3 minutes trying to figure out why I'm not hearing anything. Apparently my phone decided.
It was the aggravated ones, yeah? That's what killed you?
Yeah, because they jump around and he's just kiting, so he's not actually doing anything to get aggro.
Please swipe. Bear, swipe. Bear just needs swipe, swipe, swipe. Swipe, swipe.
Actually, if you're doing a dungeon, it's Moonfire Thrash. You actually don't want to press swipe at all.
I just need him to do something to touch this thing. I don't care what it is.
Yeah.
Because actually there's a neat hero talent synergy you can do if you go Boomkin, where you Boomkin Heart of the Wild and what is it, Starfall? I think is the ability that it gives you when you do that. So you get like a ridiculous amount of AoE threat as long as you've done one ability to a mob.
I threw PI at you, Molv.
I walked in and my wife looks at me and just is holding the debit card in her hand and goes, "You're an idiot." Like, hey, you married me and I never claimed to be that smart.
Yep. This guy. My interrupt's down. It's gonna die anyway, but.
So what's you guys' opinion on Season 2's dungeon pool?
I don't really have one, so. I haven't had time to pay very much attention at all.
I'm not looking forward to it.
Yeah, I straight up told my group, I was like, I'm not running this, or I'm not running for Season 2. And they're like, wait, what?
Our tank just died.
Doing these dungeons.
This tank. Oh, he's from Azralon, that's why.
Life magic can only do so much, you know.
Like, what happened? What did he die to?
Try again.
That's a good question.
Oh, sweet Jesus. Can we move, please? Get out of the middle of the damn road.
Oh, we're just gonna go right in. Okay. Here you go, Mole.
Be right back. I'm gonna go pay for my stuff now.
Fireworks are ramping up.
Overcome this trial.
I did not help right here. I went the opposite way. Sorry. Yeah, surprisingly, we haven't had any out here. It's been really, really quiet.
Oh, I see why he's taking so much damage.
What eye level is he?
Bad. He's got 3 pieces of blue gear.
Are the healer and tank in the same dungeon? Or in the same raid? I'm sorry. The same fucking group?
Thank you so much for your help. So, this all could have been avoided by someone not trying too hard.
Yeah, I think they're in the same guild.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, that's her name.
Yeah, it is.
I wasn't lying. Let me get out of this spot.
Look at this Lishrath arena. Wait, what are these birds?
This next boss should be fun.
Hmm.
Which dungeon you guys in?
Academy.
I love AA. That's like one of my favorite dungeons to tank.
I mean, they have tier.
Yeah, but they don't have the stamina for it. They're
True.
243. Wearing a trinket that's 189. Can't tank for shit. I'm having to tank half of this stuff, typically.
What the hell? You can... I literally hit 250 in like 20 minutes on my hunter.
And they're missing enchants too.
You just go buy the gear from the vendor.
Yeah, that requires gold.
No. You use the moats. There's the dungeon vendor that you can use. What is it, like 750 moats, and buy a single piece of gear. Or you can, if you've got the the field acolytes, it's like 100 of them for a champion piece.
And those are now fine on account too, so there's no excuse.
Yeah, because I literally bought a bunch of that because I totally forgot about it until one of the guys I raid with said something to me the other day on our alt run. He's like, dude, go expand field accommodations and just buy a bunch of champion gear. I was like, oh, I didn't think about that. And I went and literally made a spreadsheet of what I didn't have that, or what I had that was under veteran track, and just bought everything.
Nice.
And then I burned off 4 catalyst charges, so I'd have my 4 set, and and there you go.
Use them to get her attention.
Because I'm actually gonna probably level my farming druid up maybe tomorrow with the event going on. It took me, I think, half a day to level my hunter, and that was going slow.
Yeah, I heard there's an event going on right now that's good for leveling up.
Turbulent Timeways is returned with the special mount.
Yeah.
Yeah. So now we'll have the trifecta of the Dragonflight mounts other than a Ridicron. I think that's the only dragon form from that expansion we don't get a mount lookalike to.
We might get it in the next expansion or wherever Ridicron dies at.
Yeah, because you figure we've got Iraq, we've got Razagath. Sarkarath wasn't one of the ancient dragons, and now we're getting the Frostborn. Because I was laughing, I was like, oh look, it's all the aspects of the dragons that were locked away in that thing except Eridicron. This is cool. I'm just glad they're making it an actual mount and not like a skin for one of the dragon riding mounts.
If it wasn't a Proto Drake, I would totally use it for my Frost Mage, but I hate the Proto Drake mount skin.
Just do like I did on my mage. Just use Jaina mount.
I haven't had any luck with that. I farmed it almost every week so far, except for this last month. Haven't had any luck with it.
Really?
Yeah, RNG is not in my favor for that.
Yeah, I'm annoyed because I got mine like the week before they implemented the skip.
Yeah, I abused that skip.
I was like, are you kidding? Because I read the thing that they were implementing the skip, and I was like, okay, that'll make starting next week a lot easier. And then, boom, there was the mount.
Nice.
I'm like, are you kidding me?
Let tank go. How we going?
Although, to be fair, I got the Nizalth mount the same week I got the Mythic skip unlocked for that one too. So I apparently had really dumb luck with that stuff. I'm hitting my bowl before I go in this house, or I'm gonna shoot somebody.
Shit.
What I said?
Yeah. Jesus Christ, man.
Hit that bubble a little too hard.
I need to clean it.
You're not supposed to deep soda, man.
Hey, what I do with my private life is my business, goddammit. I need to clean it out. It's freaking, there's so much resin built up in it, it's kind of insane. But I can't boil anything in my house like this, so. No, my grandmother-in-law is over because of my grandfather-in-law's health issues, and she's just driving everybody nuts. Like I was sitting in the side room on my computer earlier, and every 5 minutes she's coming in there, not to say anything, just to come in there and pretend to trip over something and to get sympathy or to yell at my son, and it's just becoming redundant. Like she swore today he threw a hug at her and knocked her glasses off. It's like if he may throw like a girl, but if he threw something at you, you would definitely have a mark.
Jeez.
And when this
I
happens,
love tanking.
right there.
Listen, Mulvin, 12
Isn't it
seconds, I'll
fun,
help you
Walt?
tank even more.
No. Right.
Have fun.
I love my little one.
What the fuck just happened? How the fuck did that guy just die?
Are you on the third boss? Or before the third boss?
We're clearing.
I'm trying, girl.
Because if the idiot tank pulled the entire platform before
He did not. He pulled one.
Oh. Then I don't know, because the only time I know of somebody
I'm
just
sleeping.
insta-dying is when all of the little books target one person. Because that scared the shit out of me the first time that
Jesus,
happened to me.
Mulv just said, am I getting paid for this carry too? Well, luckily for an 8, it's just completing it, not necessarily timing it, so that's nice.
I mean, we're gonna time it. It's just this shit shouldn't be happening, and now we have to avoid a pack that we shouldn't have had to avoid because he didn't want to clear it.
Which pack?
The one right after the jump, which is the 2 elementals and the big.
Well, I
one
got
that,
it, so.
Yes, you did.
No, are you talking about the pack after the second? No, you always skip that pack.
No, I've never skipped it. We always clear it.
Yeah. Nah, the easiest way to do that is to skip that pack and then you here, Aiden. Freezer? Okay. Yeah, you skip
Bro, I don't know how many. I don't know how many
times.
times I have to fucking ping it. That. There you go.
Although, I mean, to be fair, every tank does it differently. I like skipping that one because I can pull a bunch more little shit into other packs.
Yeah, I typically run with Tally, so I've never seen this pack skipped.
Yeah, he does the traditional route. I did that one for a while.
I mean, especially with this, how squishy this guy is, if we're going to be wiping, we need to just pull it.
Yeah, because that means he's gonna, if he's not doing it correctly, then avoid pulling those guys as much as possible. Those casters and spinny dudes before the dragon are cancer. I bricked an 18 key because I missed a mob. So I had to pull one of those into boss, and it was an extra one of those into boss, and it was not fun.
Oh my goodness.
No, why would you pull both packs when you couldn't handle the first one? Fuck!
I've never heard Maul this vocal. This is new to me.
I'm typically not. That's the problem.
Yeah, I know. I've never heard you this vocal. It's kind of interesting. Talking to Maul. Not even gonna touch that one.
He's gonna yell out his stitches.
Oh no. Well, my wife gave me the look of who are you talking to, and you know she's a lurker in Tally's stream all the damn time when drops
Gross.
are going on and shit like that.
Who likes Tally? He's disgusting. Gross. Horrible. The worst person ever. Such a horrible person. 100%. No cap.
I'm still mad. I never once got into one of his community runs during the beginning of the tiers when he'd do the freaking heroic gear runs and stuff for his alts. I signed up for them damn things constantly and never get into one.
Oh my goodness. Stop blowing them away.
The best thing to do to get into his community runs, if it's not obvious, first put like Hammer Squad or something in the note. 2, make him a friend, and if you're the same faction, invite yourself to the group.
Oh, is that what Matty does? Because Matty's told me a couple of times, like, he's got Tally on his friends list. I've never sent him a friend request or anything, just because of the fact that I know he cleans it out once a month.
It took him so long to make sure to not just delete his whole friends list, because then he'd have to re-add all of his mods again.
I remember he did that on stream, and I was dying because because it was when he was still in DJs.
Yeah, you had to keep re-adding everybody again.
I did, and I left the car, so take mine.
Okay, let's see.
Here,
I don't even want to stand next to this guy.
Here, take mine, throw me yours, and I'll bring yours in later.
You ready to pull aggro, Molv?
God, yes.
There you go.
I was gonna let you guys go, but I just want to sit here and listen to Molv yell some more. It's shit's hilarious.
You can hear, I'm streaming too, so you can hear him in there as well.
Oh god, you could have told me I was on stream, check.
Hey, I'm on stream. Listen, I don't care. I stream with Lula. You think anything like that's gonna bother? And I partake too. It doesn't matter. If that's what you're worried about.
Okay. I do forget you stream with Lula all the time.
Yeah, that fucking hoe.
Speaking of the two of them, is Tally still doing all those rips and stuff for baseball and football?
Yeah,
cards?
that's like his thing.
Here's the issue with that is it's based on how much money he gets off of eBay, and this last 2 months have been pretty bad because of well, how much it costs to buy boxes these days.
Yeah, it's an expensive hobby to get into ripping packs. Doesn't matter what you're doing.
Yeah.
If there's a demand for it, like you're gonna, it's gonna be expensive.
Oh, this is gonna be horrible. Fuck my life.
Because I know, what was it, Saturdays? It was like Saturday or Sunday he'd do card rips.
Yeah, Saturdays specifically.
Yeah. Because I don't really watch too much anymore on Twitch, and if I do throw it on, I'm usually looking at like Diablo streamer.
Oh my goodness, he's running ahead. I'm coming.
Still love D2.
I have aggro. Yay.
Oh, nobody was out there.
Overcome this trial.
I'm just annoyed she didn't message me. Because they were finishing up, they just put the chicken back on the grill when I left. Because it wasn't done. It was like 3 pounds of chicken. So, I mean, it's going to take a little while.
I did my barbecue yesterday. Today I didn't want to do anything because I got to work tomorrow.
Yeah, I get that. I didn't figure he would, given everything with Tara. That's a little baby. He's such a little baby with that, I guess. Yeah. I tried having a conversation with him about that too.
Oh my god, Vinny just popped on.
So she likes another boy. It happened.
Who?
Vinny.
Oh, him. Yeah.
I'm gonna let him go ahead.
Bitch, don't blow that mob a kiss. You fucking suck, bitch.
Do you guys want a tag? Should I jump on my druid? So Molv doesn't keep spazzing out.
Probably my last one for now, because I gotta go take care of some stuff. Plus, my mom wants to call to check up on me.
Tell her you died.
Yeah, I died a couple times.
Yeah.
Mentally and physically.
I'm just stuck here. This is my purgatory.
Oh, what? Putting up with us?
Mm-hmm. Being in this dungeon right now. Which lets me know that I tortured Molv enough.
Holy crap, are you serious?
From the other
Hold on a
ones.
sec. Damn!
This is gonna be bad because here comes this stupid shit. Heal myself up. Oh no. Okay. Phew. That was about to be bad for me.
Okay, I tried to switch off my phone onto my computer and it muted me and didn't connect.
Fun.
Greetings, new. Who are you?
Is this a lust mob?
Not registered here. This room
Oh,
is only
we still need some.
And yes, it absolutely is.
That's fine. I have no problem with that. I'll talk to her about it tomorrow and everything and get something figured out. Like I said, I think they're like $26 for 100 milligrams total. Because they come in their own individual bags.
These are sacred halls of learning. Only those registered may access them.
Let's try this again. I have the wrong thing.
Poor marks for poor students.
Test. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, yeah. I had a setting that for some reason was not switching it.
They made this circle much smaller, yeah.
Yes, they did.
Like infinitely smaller. Used to be like half the room.
Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about. Yes, it's like, I think half the size of what it originally was.
Yeah.
I forget there's a guild on Melganis called Cute Anime Boys.
Mm. Go to the corner.
I still find it funny the guild's name and the fact that they're a Hall of Fame guild.
So many balls everywhere.
That's somebody's better.
Ah! Fuck! There's so many
People aren't
balls!
supposed to know.
Hey, are you gonna pay me for the carrot?
Yes. And dicks.
Dick.
Woo! I'm afraid to res.
You need a staff?
Ooh. It's hero tier, yeah? Yeah. Don't pat him. Get the fuck out of here.
Open the portal over here. Fucking dink hunter.
Listen, I was nice and said thank you. Get me the fuck out of here.
I wasn't.
I know.
I got you some upgrades. That's cool.
Yeah. Gets me into hero.
Oh, did you get the your what is it, Hero of the Dawn achievement finally?
Well,
Well, let me phrase it. Don't you have to upgrade everything before the achievement will pop? At least on one character.
No, I got a bunch of champion gear. That's 6 out of 6.
Ah, okay.
All right, it has been fun.
No, it hasn't. This has been terrible.
Despite this last run was terrible. But that being said, it's a small part of it. So
Yeah.
I will check y'all later.
See ya.
Later, man.
Let's see.
Yeah, I was gonna say, Chick, if you're running more and need a tank or anything, let me know. My hunter's not in any of the guilds.
Yeah, I'll be running some more. I'm just trying to get my my shit before while I have the time to actually play.
Yeah, that's why I'm offering, because I know you haven't really had much time to play and everything.
Yeah. Every time by the time I get home, everybody's already offline.
I'll be nice and bring the gator-eared bear.
Hmm. For now, I'll buy this. I'm broke again.
May my goods serve you well.
I'm broke again.
I'm perpetually broke in this game. The team I'm raiding with, or the mythic team I'm raiding with right now, they do death rolls and stuff in between runs and shit, and it's just like they're constantly trying to get me in, and I'm like, I barely have enough gold to repair.
You're right.
Let alone put like 200k up on a death roll.
Yeah.
Although somebody during Dragon's Prague the other night, somebody rolled a 2 on a 50,000 roll.
Oh wow.
Yeah, they were not happy about that. The amount of, I think they ended up paying out like 48,000 gold or something like that.
Jesus.
I will do my duty.
It proves how underwhelming the season has been for me on my druid. I don't even have a key anymore.
Oh yeah. All right, give me a moment. I gotta use the bathroom. Get up really quick.
You're good.
These cats. You hungry? You want food? Yeah. You want food? You hungry? You want food? Yeah, dummy. Let's go. All right, I'm back.
Welcome back. I'm just cycling through item restoration because I just realized I sold my ring for Farrell.
Oh shit.
I thought I still had it because Farrell wants to use the ring out of the new raid, so I'll end up bonus rolling that item. So it's like I need another or the other ring for the set. And I don't remember when I vendored this item. Oh, wait, maybe. There's a bunch of gear from this expansion. There it is. Found it.
Hello!
Okay, chick. You can invite whenever.
Okay.
I'm on Sonoshi. I'm in the guild.
Come back again.
This guy's in Little Heroes. If you want to talk and chat. Thought I had you on my friends list.
I thought you did too.
I don't see you.
I just posted in guild.
I don't see guild either for some reason.
Did
I don't know what happened to X.
Section have an update?
I don't think so, but I can't see from Little Heroes.
No. There you are.
I don't know why.
Alright, I passed you lead, so.
Yeah, I don't know how I didn't see. You can see mine though, yeah.
No, I'm not seeing anything now. Is there a setting that we're missing?
We shouldn't have to change anything.
Wonder if that's why guild chat's been so quiet.
You're in the main chat. You're in Zeros to Heroes, yeah.
Yeah.
See, I can see people come on. I just can't see them chat.
Yeah, see, I'm not even seeing people popping online.
Yeah, try typing again in guild chat. I can see tiny heroes come on. I can see other people come on. I cannot see anything else.
Yeah, I just posted your name again in chat.
I don't see anything. Like I haven't. Like I haven't touched anything in settings whatsoever. Except for like seeing people's names differently. Like seeing their classes.
I wonder if that's why I messaged Sparty, or I saw Sparty on the other day, and I was saying something, and I said something to him in guild chat, and never got anything back. And
I
I was
don't
like,
know.
that's weird. Usually Sparty's pretty quick about answering if I ask a question related to something he knows or the guild.
Yeah.
And I haven't seen a post from Fluff or anybody in forever.
Yeah, like I haven't touched any of the IDs or anything like that. I'm just looking through them right now. Let me check channels. I don't know if that'll be it, but yeah, I don't know.
I'll dig through extractions.
I
I
asked in the champions channel too, and Sparty's like, is it BNet issue being linked? I'm like, no, we're friends, so let me try logging out. Let me exit and go back in.
Yeah, because like I haven't seen anything in guild chat from anybody in a while that hasn't been in zeros, because I usually get a little thingy. I was getting a thingy next to the people that weren't in the guild as to which guild they were in.
Yeah.
Like abbreviations for like mini heroes and stuff like that.
Yep.
And like I haven't seen any of those pop up in a while, because normally Fluff always says something random.
Yep. Okay. Okay, let me see what people got. What do I need? I still haven't done much Cavern or Magisters. Terrace.
I prefer Magisters over Caverns just because the routing in there is a little wonky. That's
Yeah.
actually like my lowest key. I've timed everything else at like a 13 or a 14, and I think
I'm not planning on doing anything
tank
higher than like a 7 just to get rating. If that helps. Yeah. It's gonna be chill for you.
Yeah, I was gonna say I don't care. 12s are pretty chill at this point in time of the season, so
see.
I think my highest tanked miasma caverns is a 3. The 12 I timed was this feral because I was like, I cannot tank this. This is too annoying. I always end up missing percent somehow, and it drives me nuts.
Okay, let's see.
My wife just looked at me because I went and got a couple edibles for her grandfather, and I had a 10 milligram one that I set off to the side for me, and she's like, "Oop, DQS, my auto thing set me as DPS." Okay, it's fixed.
Okay.
And I had one for myself, and she's like, "Did you take that whole thing?" I was like, "Yeah, it's only 10 milligrams."
Oh man.
Yeah, my thing's fixed now, so I'm set as a tank. So if you queue us for the next one, it'll queue me as tank. For some reason, it queued me as DPS.
No, it's fine. No. Oh wait. They actually do it?
Yeah, it's fixed. You're queued as DPS, I'm queued as tank.
Cool.
I have an auto accept role thing, and it's based on what role I have checked in the thing. And for some stupid reason, it keeps. Ooh, I love this dungeon. It keeps randomly setting me to DPS. I think because of raid.
Yeah.
There it is. I was gonna say, where's my portal? I'm mad they didn't bring back raid portals. I don't know if you knew that or not.
Nope.
Yeah, I got my cutting edge chimeras and it didn't give me a portal for it.
Oh, that sucks.
I want to know secrets among these latest
I was like, well, crap, that's the whole reason I like doing this, or hugging this stuff.
Make it easier to get there later on, yeah.
Like, I've been half tempted, given how over-geared everybody is, I've been half tempted to go back and see how much of, like, normal and heroic Dimensius I can solo.
Oh, they lost, did we have another DPS that left?
Yeah, somebody dropped. Do you need the 2 set rings out of here? I don't know what priest needs.
Let me see.
The enemy amasses. Show them the true power of the void.
Oh, I really hope they get a hero class so I can pull the whole room.
Let's see. Is that one open? mean, technically, yeah, but I have the leaf coil and spore collars too, so.
Okay. Because I need nothing, so it's like, and I have myth in every slot, so I can trade.
Do we need to? Okay, they're here. I
Hey,
should
Chick,
probably
remind me after this. I need to go do some cooking.
Okay.
I'm apparently down to like four of my party food.
Yeah.
And I probably have like a bajillion plant parts in my war bank.
Oh, you're good.
Three, two, one. Five,
The void
four,
beckons us
three,
onward.
2, 1.
Embrace it.
Lathraxian, give up this foolishness! We have already won! You put all of Silvermoon in danger. This isn't worth the risk. There seem to be a few pieces missing. We have to find them if we're going to stop Lathraxian.
Hurry up those repairs. If we aren't careful, that will be all of us.
Got that one. Ouch.
Ooh, what happened?
Those canisters went off.
Okay, I'll pay better attention to that then. I'm not used to watching for those.
No, you shouldn't have to. I was starting to work on them. I don't know if everybody else was either.
Overcome this trial. Win my favor.
canisters. It's gonna suck. Yep, canisters need to be taken care of.
Yeah, I was out of range.
Of course, this is going on now.
I'll pull a little more conservatively.
Oh no, it's just we just need to it's not necessarily the big pulls, it's just the turning and burning of those canisters before they explode. It's on all of us to do.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, I'm not used to paying attention to that mechanic. I always forget about it.
The void still grows.
Canister. Yeah, the battery. There we go. Another one. Nice.
Yeah, when I see that they're up, I can now I can swap to them too, so it helps. I don't think this group's advanced enough to do the cheese spot. It's a pixel perfect stack.
Oh, probably not. No.
Yeah, I've only done it once. That's actually perfect.
Nice.
Why can't I get this lucky in high keys? Jesus Christ.
That was almost there.
Yes, it doubled up. I got the bait right.
Nice.
There's a bait trick you can do with the beams as the tank to try to get like the spawns around the outer edge of the room. And if you do it right, you can one of the beams will get ignored, so it just won't pop because it'll register that other beam.
Nice.
It's very inconsistent, but I was somebody one of the high key push groups tanks was telling me about it.
overcome this trial. Win my favor.
There we go.
Overcome this trial. Win my favor.
It's only like I think my second or third time running this dungeon.
Really?
Yeah. One behind. Bringing him in.
I'm not 100% certain how we got him.
Not sure either, but here we are.
Really? I was out of that.
Luckily, we have 2 mass dispels too. For final boss.
Oh. Yeah. Do you know the trick with that, by the way?
He doesn't have horns.
Yeah, no, if you being ranged, if you cast like a reticle spell that's got a like travel time to him, if you get out of range and cast that like as he's porting, you can actually, the spell will go off and hit whatever one is the right one.
Yeah.
Because I want to say anything over a 20, you pretty much have to do that to be able to find him. This is like one of the few dungeons I haven't really pushed super high. Which is funny, because this is like one of my favorite dungeons to tank, because of how big the pulls you can do in here are.
Yet another battle. I am still wounded from the last one.
You don't really have to go that far with that.
Minions, do not disappoint me again.
Oh, sorry, let me bring him in. My bad.
It's fine. I got him. Yeah, basically with that, as long as you're not overlapping the other person or anybody else, you don't really have to run that far. Because I love watching people run like all the way to the back corner by the stairs and stuff, but I'm like, you don't need to go that far. And me as a melee, I just stand there and ignore it.
You got the last conduit. Make sure to send them over.
I think I might have overpulled a little bit.
It's fine.
Lothraxian, this isn't what the light
They're still
demands
on 2
of us.
chest time.
Think of the lives that will be lost. Just trust us.
All I thought would understand, Aretha. Shame. It is corrupting you too.
I'm just happy to actually feel useful in these things again. Saying that. There we go.
Yeah, I pulled like 1 extra pack.
Right. Oh, good. It may have been because we pulled that extra guy, remember?
Oh yeah, I forget those do give you percentage. That was weird. You see that? He did that animation twice.
Yep.
Overcome this trial.
You will not stop what the light demands.
Ooh, pop a big cooldown.
Sorry.
Ew, I got a 12 sky reach.
Old friend.
I got a mace. And new hands. I got hero hands. I'll take those.
I can't wait to hear about your adventures.
Nice.
Hope you find lots of treasure out there.
Okay, what did I get? I got 2 sky reach. Fun.
I like sky reach. Like one of my favorite dungeons to tank. I think more so just because of how linear the dungeon is.
Yeah.
And the lovely little shenanigans you can do as a tank if you position right. Although I'm mad they removed the one for the 3rd boss. Now, if the bird falls off the platform, it kills everybody.
That's dumb.
You had to... The thing that... and what baffles me is you had to position just right as the tank to, 1, not fall off the platform yourself, and 2, get that to fall off. It wasn't like it was just any Joe Blow could do it. It actually took some good positioning.
Right. Oh, what is he looking for? Oh, MC. I haven't done that. That'd be good for me. I haven't done that one yet.
My asthma cavern.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, why not?
Go swap these out.
I just need a second to...
I'll have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 pieces of hero.
Just trying to see if I can find a good route. Ah, here we go. Bug-friendly route. Over 3,000 successful runs. Oh, never mind. Apparently,
Hey, Drexify.
this one.
Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
Oh, I said apparently this one's like not up to date. Hi, Drexify.
Oh, that was a BOE that dropped for me. That weapon.
Oh, nice.
Good for a brewmaster. Hell yeah. I still need a neck piece. I still have a veteran neck piece on, a raid finder neck piece.
Oh, geez.
I think I'll see if you want that shaman.
Oh, I'm tabbed out. I'm trying to grab a route.
There's a warrior too.
No, it don't matter to me. Grab whatever. I mean, a hero class helps, but
I tell him to grab the shaman. Oh. There's a 280 that just popped up and went away. Damn. Of course, it's the spore one that I need.
there we go. Now I have a route.
Drexify, you got something to do a 9 with? Oh, my best snack is in pit. Then it's
Oh yeah,
the
that's
spore
like
one.
that's like everybody's best snack.
Yeah. What do you need? If you have something with hero, if not, we're just doing 9. I'm trying to get my KSM really quick. Since I actually have time to play today. I started at like a Mythic Plus rating in like the hundreds, and then now I'm already at 1705.
And I'm just bored.
Yeah. I had Mulvin and Jarathi earlier. And then we're in Myrtle Hangout if you want to come in. Hello.
Oh, hey. Still find it funny. I burned 1,000 gold augment for Avantis rune for 2 pulls this week before I got swapped.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. All right, I can bring mage or hunter.
Whichever you want.
Whichever. It's just a 9. It doesn't matter to me.
And our healer's grabbing gold on another character really quick.
All right, I'm gonna bring the mage then, just for the fun of it.
Okay.
Where you been at?
What do you mean? I've been here.
Never see you anymore.
Oh, I haven't. This will be. I got my KSM on my hunter in like week 2, I think, and I haven't run a Mythic Plus since. So, and since I don't raid with the team anymore.
Yeah, what gives with that? You just don't like us anymore?
No, I didn't want to commit to the schedule.
It's the 9 caverns.
Give me a sec.
Welcome, buyer.
I gotta do it just to be smart.
I actually have to grab a Mythic Plus talent build because I haven't run any on my mage. My guess is it's not the same as Delves.
Mm-mm. I wouldn't assume so.
No mirror? No mirror image in Mythic Plus? That's weird.
No, what's weird and hilarious is the fact Guardian Druid does not even play our Apex talents.
That's true, yeah.
Like, at all. You don't even touch the Apex talents.
Okay. My sorry caverns. Oh, alright. That worked.
Thought the Pally was getting on a different character.
No, they were just swapping over for gold. Probably sending gold to that tune.
What was it? Oh, Dream Eater. That was the title. My random titles add-on isn't working anymore. Curses.
Oh, did you cook your food while we were waiting?
Nah.
I forgot to
I still
remind
got-
you.
I got 30 minutes left on this one, and I still got 3 more left after this one I'm eating now.
Okay.
So, I'll be good.
I have many lucky doos you like.
Who are these other people? Do we know these people?
Nope, they're in the last. We plugged with them in the last one, and they were just super
Oh,
chill. They
okay.
wanted to re-queue again with someone else. So
This is what?
3, 2, 1, 1.
Oh, Mage Tower.
Yeah. Yeah, I have all the Druid Mage Tower skins. My wife was gracious enough to do
3, 2, 1, 1.
I have used the shadows to see inside the cavern. I have
the healer one for me because I didn't want to. As soon as I get the full grouped up, go ahead and hero.
Just let me know when.
Well, yeah, that too. I have no earthly idea how to heal. Alright, go ahead and left. Wrong macro button. Amazing how strong Shadow Priests are if you pull right.
if we know our rotation and actually PI as well.
Oh, really?
I threw a PI in you just to make sure you kept aggro.
Thank you, thank you. Yeah, I'm not running the wonky one of playing around the Druid Convoke or whatever the hell it is. He leaps on people.
Yeah, but I had I turned Shadow. Does Zalatath do something at this level?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
What do you have to do?
Just have to be healed. It's super easy.
Yeah, it's a heal absorber in the spell. Because mine breaks instantly because I can dispel it off of myself.
Then I just heal myself a little bit.
Alright, I'm not doing as bad in DPS as I thought I was going to do, so I'm okay with it.
Hey, as long as you can beat me, that's all that matters.
It's pretty close.
Yeah, bear's damage is kind of stupid. Like, given how I was at the start of the season tanking, and then to all of a sudden become, like, a god tier tank in, like, a night was hilarious. The only thing that annoyed me was the fact of all of the people that switched to bear, like, instantly, and it's like, oh, why would... Now I'm gonna have to compete with people. Because every brewmaster switched bear.
Of course. Flavor of the month.
Even though brewmaster's perfectly fine, the only two tanks, in my opinion, that are still in a weird state are Blood DKs and Paladin.
And I mean,
it's not that they're bad, they're not as strong as you would want them to be.
Yeah. And the crazy thing is, like, most of this doesn't matter up until you get to, like, maybe 15s and 16s or something.
Yeah. Ooh. Sorry, healer. I didn't pop the right cooldown there.
I'm tiny. Yeah.
I missed a hex. That was on me. Sorry, chick.
Oh, you're good.
This side. I see why this is a pug-friendly one, but at the same time, this feels really weird. I'm not used to this route. It's gonna take some adjusting. Because it skips all the dangerous mobs in the back half of the dungeon.
I legitimately don't know if I'm supposed to be using that dragon's breath or not, but we're doing it. Let's switch from mirror images to that. So obviously there was a reason. I about followed the troll.
Fail this a little bit just because it's a 9 and the healer seems like they're having a hard time.
Overcome this trial. Win my faith.
Watch feet. I don't know if that healer was being legitimately serious or if they were joking, so...
They probably actually... I would assume it wouldn't take them too long to go grab it and take it out. Plus you got 2 off healers. So...
True. Ooh. I'm back here. What I get for getting used to doing this on my warrior. I just AoE taunt this pack and nothing runs away.
I PI'd you as well when you're having problems, so...
That's why my Moonfire is doing, like, way more damage than usual.
I figure the, I don't know if the other priest is getting, Drexfire or not.
Overcome this trial. Win my faith.
Oh, hello. I didn't time it right. I don't want to pull that mammoth if I can avoid it.
What does my eagle spy with her shiny eyes? A trespasser, an interloper, but you won't take my
Yeah,
prey
we can avoid it.
from me.
No, run, chick.
Hell yeah.
Oh.
Your shout didn't reach us back there, so...
Oh, Jesus. Back here. Right, over here. And this is where this route confuses me. Chick, can you do me a favor? Can you tag that bear while we're running down the stairs, please?
Yeah.
Because apparently I need that one bear.
Got it.
Thank you, thank you. Alright, taunted it. Watch feet.
I'm Toads again.
God, he really likes you. There we go. There we go. Beautiful. Thank you, thank you.
Who do we target here?
You want to target him, but you want them to kind of die around about the same time. As long as the bird doesn't die first, it's not like the end of the world.
And this is if we get targeted by the bird, get behind one of the frost.
Yep.
Damn it. Right as I use my ice ray thing.
Yeah, if you stack in a little bit, it'll put the thingies like basically on right up underneath of the boss. Watch directly underneath of him. I'm moving him a little bit.
Hey, leave me alone.
No, get him, get him.
Bird, 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 bird.
Well, make it.
I got double smacked.
Yep.
Nope. I couldn't.
I didn't
charge.
notice it. I didn't notice it quick enough.
We got a battle res on him. Oh.
I don't have the boss, the main boss yet. So give
I'm
me a
healing.
second.
I'm helping heal.
I got him. I got him. All right, that works. I can live with this. Watch your feet.
Watch your feet, yes.
You can just release it, put you right here.
And I rescued all that was still alive. But why did Murajin bring them here? The kidnapping won't stop until we get
We're
to the
falling
root of the
apart.
evil. Follow me.
The healer said they'd be right back.
Okay. All right, then I'll pull small.
Not be natural. And the energy flowing into it. This is hex magic. Using the souls of the dead in powerful magic spells. I hope this is not why they brought my kin here.
I got a PI for you.
All right, going. Small here, just so that be careful when those shields pop on these guys. It does do AoE damage.
I got a cooldown for it for everybody.
Okay. Because I did this on a 14 and I pulled the whole room and the priest in the group decided to mass dispel the shields.
Ah.
And couldn't figure out why the whole group died.
Well, that's fun.
Not super efficient cooldown timing, but the healer being AFK.
Yep.
It's the safe route.
Oh god, I'm slow. Oh.
I forgot he slows me.
Oh no. Heal yourself.
I had him. I just had to get my.
No, I needed to go grab the healer, just in case they were about to die from the debuff.
Oh, he burnt his pizza.
Okay, we have everybody here. Feeling there's a little baby girl outside of my door.
Guys.
Overcome
Is she out
this
there?
trial.
I'm pretty sure.
Win
I hope this Pally realizes you can take in freedom whoever gets fixated and get them off of there immediately. Yep.
I'd say
okay,
yes.
We need to not.
Also, you can also apparently just shield off Salateth's thing. Unless that's the third time where I put on a shield right as somebody dispelled it from me and it's just coincidence. One of the two.
Maybe.
How many of my people have died here?
Just watch for the tornadoes, if this guy's annoying.
Listen, at least it's not on a platform.
I hit the wrong button. I just blinked randomly.
I think a lot of people have PTSD from those tornadoes from doing that one dungeon.
Oh my god. In Shadowlands.
King's Rest, wasn't it? No. I don't think it was King's Rest, that one, right?
I don't think so.
You know which one I'm talking about, though, yeah.
But I don't. But I know which one you're talking about, but I don't remember the name of. What the hell is with all this floor stuff?
I got you. I'll save you.
Don't you pull me without my consent.
I just refilled my humidor with a bunch of Drew Estate stuff the other day.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. I was running
Actually,
really low.
I haven't had a cigar in some time. I'm sorry if that pulls extra. I hope it doesn't. But it might. It did.
I don't think that was you. Here, do a little bit better. Give you PI. Go burr.
I mean, all my cooldowns are on cooldown right now, so...
Yeah, but I'm helping you go. Just help. I'm helping.
Damn it.
I know, out of range.
I got hit by a tornado.
I got the interrupt. Most inopportune times. Not attacking anything yet. Oh, we got bats. We got bats. We got bats.
Help me, Tom Cruise.
Bats.
What?
Oh, I didn't get the interrupt.
On the soul render, I got it.
Phew. I missed it because it was out of range. Ah! Fuck! Some bitch! Some bitch!
Hey, I'm gonna complete my cracked keystone quest from this.
Nice. There you go, do stuff. Yeah.
Oh my god, what do we do?
Maybe just make them run into each other. I did like the panic.
Yeah, you just don't move for that if you're arranged. Because you're kind of my fixate point for my ad.
If I'd have had a horse, I'd have panic horsed.
Yeah, don't move. I'm gonna bring mine to you. There we go.
Ow.
Now just don't get hit by ball.
But they're so enticing.
Hey, we did.
We did pretty good. Oh, we came out. Fuck, I didn't realize that.
Come, squeakers. We ride.
I got a bat. I got a bat. I got a bat.
I watched, well, we watched, me and my brother, that Project Hail Mary movie tonight.
Nice. We haven't watched it yet still.
It's pretty good.
It's good. I liked it.
I liked Interstellar better still, but it was good.
Bat. I didn't grab it this time.
Oh crap, neither did I. Yeah, I gotta get off of here after this. I didn't realize what time it was either.
Be careful. He seems powerful and unstable.
Keeps moving the bomb.
I got big old feetsies, they slow me down.
Playing with chicken, direct supply. Okay. Small child number 1 says hi.
Hello.
Okay, chunky child. There we go. That better?
Do we lust after we come back from the thing?
Yes. Yes, we lust after we come back up top. I'm gonna do my best to kind of keep him positioned over here in the corner. Come on, get into position here, you annoying boss.
I'm assuming we need to kill the toad.
Yeah.
There we go. Okay, so I can still do that. I just gotta be careful with my range.
Overcome this trial.
Hello, blue. Woo, 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 woo.
I can blink as a ghost. That's fun. Less now or wait till everybody's back?
Almost there.
We're
here.
Until everybody's up. Okay, left.
We smoked him.
There's my points.
Heyo. I am currently at Mythic rating 298 on the mage, as this was my first dungeon.
We will always be looking over our shoulders at the vile
I got a design, powerful Eversong diamond, and a dagger if anybody needs it. Do you need that dagger, chick?
No. You can give it to our fellow over here if you want. Oh no, they have a hero. Never mind.
That is hero.
Yeah, they already have hero.
Oh. Oh, well, he's asking for it anyway, so.
Might be better stat optimized for him.
Yeah, because they have the command baton. They need the offhand. They need an offhand.
Oh yeah, they've got an adventure offhand. Yeah, crit haste was on that dagger, so I'm assuming it's better.
I didn't get a
Portal
trinket.
to
Oh, did I?
Silvermoon.
No, I didn't get a trinket.
They were asking me. I don't know if it actually turns in anything for them.
Ooh. Let me see. Hold on a second.
Let's say I'm done.
They can have it. I have my second best, so they can have that one. It'll be hero, but
That was fun. Thanks for the invite.
yeah. No, I
liked
literally was like level I don't know, like 100 something. I didn't really do any mythic pluses, and then I already got
Now you got
KSM.
KSM?
Yep.
Very nice.
They said, "Damn, Daddy left."
Does anybody have a jewel crafter that wants this recipe?
I probably already have it.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm gonna leave the group as well because I'm done with Mythic Plus. That was my one.
I will do my duty for Azeroth.
Sweet. That gives me a socket out of my vault if I need it. If I don't get anything good from Sporefall Mythic.
What level vault item is a 9?
It's still hero.
Oh.
Tens are myth.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah, it ends up being 269.
Okay.
I only have my raid slot that I care about because it's gonna have mythic chimeras or mythic spore on it.
Oh, they're looking for 10s. I'm leaving. I'm not gonna go do 10 right now.
I need 30. Now I just need 10 more hero crests on the mage, and I'll be full 6 of 6 heroic gear with 2 mythic crafted pieces. on character number 7.
Jesus.
I've done a lot of delves.
Oh yeah, that's true.
So many delves. Yeah, I've got 5 characters at 279, and then 2 characters at 280.
Jeez, I'm just at 265 on my main because I need to get rid of this fucking neck piece. This neck piece is my last veteran piece.
I reserve the right to keep my mouth shut on my eye level.
Yeah, you're probably what, 280, 286?
Oh, let me go do rot really quick. What the fuck?
I'm 292.
Oh dang! Are you full myth 6 out of 6?
I'm full myth 6 out of 6 with a 298 mythic gaze, 298 heart of wind.
He's got all the gaze.
298 belt.
Even after Pride Month, he's got all the gaze.
Same.
298 weapon.
That's the reason. So the reason I have 2 characters at 280 is because I've got a 298 puzzle box on the hunter. So that that upped the item level. Yeah, I did one mythic plus 10 on my hunter the whole season, and in the vault I got Algathar's puzzle box.
Nice.
And then I'm at 280 on my warlock because my staff is crafted on the warlock.
Yeah.
So when you use the Void Forge thing, it goes to 298. Or 295. 295. But it's been, I'm working on, I gotta finish up the warrior. I need like, what, 50 more? And then I'm also getting, 50, because I got my cloak is still 1 out of 6.
I really hope next season they let us transfer crests around characters, because I have almost 1,000 myth crests and nothing to do with them.
Yeah, I've got so many hero crests on my hunter. Holy crap. Why am I lagging so bad? What's going on? Oh, there we go. Actually, I don't need, all I need is my 15 myth crests, so I can craft my mythic cloak, and then I can upgrade that one for transmog. And then the only thing left to do is to keep running stuff to try and get Dawnlight Mana Flux, so I can transmog my mythic set. So that's fun. I've got the Hunter, the Death Knight, the Paladin, the Shaman, and the Warlock. All 5 of their mythic sets so far.
Hmm.
A lot of delve.
Again, I was just surprised that they made it so much easier to get fucking KSM.
Yeah. That's why,
I did it in less than 6 hours.
Yeah. I got it in week 2 or 3, I think, because it was really simple. And then I just haven't. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was gonna say KSL took me, I think it was week 3 I got 3K rating, and then I'm just off. I'm waiting to see what the 1% cutoff is before I actually really push for Keystone Mythic. From what it's looking like for NA, it's probably going to be 20s timed, which,
Yeah, I've got, I stopped at 2096. I have 110, 2 9s, a 7, 2 6s, a 5, and a 4.
I'm like 1 key off from like my resilient 13s or 14s. I just have been lazy and just have not wanted to do it. Plus, I kind of don't need to right now. One of the guys that I run with has results 16s or 17s, so it's just like there's really no point. We'll just use his key to boost.
Yeah. Actually, that's funny. We just did Mysara Caverns, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the one that I have at a 4 on my hunter.
That one we just did is the highest Mysara Caverns I have tanked.
That's funny.
I've
I don't
timed
much
it
pay
on a
attention.
I've timed it on a 12 as feral.
All right, I'm logging out.
See ya.
Yeah, I
Y'all
think
have a
I'm
good night.
hopping off of here.
Thank you guys. Appreciate it.
Yep.
Not a problem. Just hit me up, chick, if you need lower keys at any point if I'm around.
Yep. Sounds good. Thank you.
Yep.
See ya.
Later.
Hey, Miss Monica, how you doing? Yeah. Yeah. It's gonna be interesting. I'm excited to have. I liked King's Rest. It was a pain in the ass, yeah, but we don't have all the same affixes anymore, which makes it so much better.
Catalog every newcomer. I want to know secrets among these latest arrivals. Let's get this over with. Umbric, in light of all you have done for Silvermoon, I hereby...
My old harmonio. You kept it? Its Magister, Umbric.
Well, a lot of work went into it, and...
Wait. Does this mean what I...
That desk was a menace. It kept eating magic items we left on it. To show our gratitude for your aid, I am awarding you this property as an embassy for the Rendori.
You are actually letting us back into the city regularly?
Wow.
Willingly?
Yep.
Varisa and I have decided that our people can no longer afford to fight each other.
Not when greater threats lurk outside our walls.
How have you been?
The Silver Covenant was formed to oppose the Horde. Our enmity toward them could not be quelled.
The Sun Reavers sought to reclaim our place in the Kirin Tor.
Let this flame signal the end of the Silver Covenant.
Let this flame remind us of our true calling, to share knowledge and power against a common foe.
Witnessed by Fart Bottom. Let's go. It's hilarious.
I agree to this compact, though I will never forgive the Horde for what it has done.
As I will never forgive the Alliance for purging us from Dalaran. Yet, I too agree to this compact.
I trust and hope that things went well, champion. We believe we can heal the Darkwell, and we would like you there when we do.
I'm just waiting in the queue for Sporefall.
It's good you are here. Light preserve you, friend. The others have gathered gifts.
I gotta go
from
speak
their
to
home
people.
help with Darkwell. Please let them know we are ready for
The fruit of the Arkandor can cleanse all manner of...
I know this is no small thing you offer us. Silvermoon owes you...
Aethys and I have agreed to bring Anasterian... Are you sure about this, Aethys? The crown has only...
Trust me, Ramath. This
To allow the void to remain at all, your calculations have to be perfect, Umbric.
We have brought the purifying waters of
Thank you for coming. I know this was not an easy decision.
The right decision is seldom easy. A lesson that we must all take to heart.
We stand here today because of you, champion. Let us put an end to this Darkwell. Fight well.
Turn this up a little
We
bit.
founded this kingdom as exiles, in search of a new home. But when we lost the Sunwell, when we nearly lost everything, in fear and grief, we cast out our own people, made exiles of them. We were foolish. Never again. And now, together, we consecrate this, not as the Sunwell, but as something new. The Dawnwell. Let it represent the moment when night becomes day, and the moon meets the sun. Where light and shadow exist in perfect balance. Let this mark a new dawn for our people. For the kingdom of Quel'Thalas, our high home. Though today we celebrate, there remains much to which we must attend. Still, thank you for all you have done.
Oh, that's cool.
What can I do? We must protect those in need, Leadrin. With all that's happened, we haven't had much time to talk.
How's the fireworks going around you, Dad? I'm surprised you're still awake.
When the attacks first started, you went to the Sunwell and prayed for a miracle.
It's almost 10 for you.
Heroes from all over the world appeared in a flash of light just in time to save the city. I don't understand how it happened.
I've never experienced anything like it before. in my desperation, I swear I could hear
Oh.
a gentle voice. Don't be afraid, it said. I am with you. And there was music, like a song ringing in my heart.
Like the Radiant Song? Could the voice you heard have been the world soul we've heard about? Could it have reached out through the light?
I truly do not know. Whatever it was, it saved us. I believe we will hear it again when we need it most.
Also, I'm just standing here like this. My cheeks out with my chicken.
We are a light in the darkness.
Ah, Faerun.
In my heart. So, Anduin.
Yeah, I got a little
why
chicken.
do you keep stealing glances at this steamed prophet
Look at my
Velen?
chicken.
He was my mentor. He taught me so much about the light.
Oh, excellent. Then you can introduce us.
Wait! Ellen, this is Faerun Lothar of the Halifal Arathi. I'm sure she's overflowing with questions.
It is an honor, young Lothar. I too have questions. I hear tales of a large
Jack just
crystal
came
of
out.
light and shadow. We shall find time to speak.
Oh, I have
at
my door
length,
closed. I don't think
but
he is very
first,
happy.
Anduin, how does the light feel to you now?
Earlier, near the Sunwell, it was overwhelming. I couldn't hear myself think. I understand how so many lost themselves in it. But now, it's gentle. The pleasant hum in the back of my mind I remember from my youth.
It is wonderful you feel the light so near once more, Anduin.
Indeed. So then, my dear pupil, why have you been avoiding me?
This... I'm sorry, Velen. This is not the future you saw for me. I was broken. I'm putting the pieces back together, but they fit differently now. Some parts are just gone. The light called upon me, yes, but I'm still no great king, no true hero. I still can't even bring myself to abdicate the throne I don't deserve.
Ah, Anduin, you are young. There are many futures yet ahead of you. But I will tell you this. In none of my visions did you remain idle for long.
I will be right back. Hopefully my queue doesn't pop while I'm gone. If it does, I'll have my phone on. I had a remote in. I had to remote in from my, I had to go use the bathroom. But luckily I have that on my phone. They gotta bring those in. That was better than the last one. Hell yeah. I got the trinket, or I got the neck piece. Oh my god, I got it twice. Are you kidding me? I got the neck piece twice. I got it on my bonus roll too. That's so annoying. It's got speed on it though. So it's technically better than this one? That's so weird though, man. At least I had that ready to go. Did I roll terribly on those other ones?
What would you ask of me? This new Dawnwell is a fitting tribute to our unity. Though, Learning to live without the Sunwell's power may take some getting used to.
Perhaps. Far more
Why
concerning
didn't
to
it
me
work?
is the Dark Well.
Hello?
It's no longer a threat to any.
They were moving down through it, Ramath. You saw. Thousands upon thousands
There we go.
of
I
void
don't know why it didn't work.
monstrosities, all headed deep underground.
I saw. What could Xalatath be seeking at the heart of the world?
Whatever it is, she used us to get to it. I fear her true invasion is only just beginning.
I'll go do the delve, I guess. Also, now my chat is working. That's nice. Oh, it's below. One more down. Oh, it's up. Thank you, dear. Oh, it's here. No. Um. How do I get to this delve? What'd you flashbang me for? Why? Why? I what? I know what? Let me put this in my bank. Why not? Oh. I guess. I'm gonna be a jig about it.
Anaria Sholan.
Let me pop this in here.
May my goods serve you well.
Okay, so I want to do the dungeons, time walking dungeons first, and then do other stuff. And the more people you have leveled up, the better too. Oh, actually, what well, after this, I'll go check on laundry. Nice.
Who's stealing our meat?
I'd miss playing on my warrior.
will rem...
Here, compress these beads. We rip you apart. What you waiting for? Bring on meat thieves. I take stolen meat from your bones!
Nice. Oh my goodness, please interrupt that. Nice. This guy down here too. Sorry, I'm trying to find a spot. Yep. Fuck.
Come to me. Watch your feet. Come, cubs. Eating time. Gotcha is most painful way to die.
Fuck. I should not have gone back in there, but that's okay. It's dead.
Come to me, clever meat. I'll wither your strength myself.
We're gonna have to pull this stuff anyway. There we go, now I can at least get that.
Everything rots away in I control. Claim everything. I will wither this world and eat its bones.
Take it, those guys don't come close enough. I love how this is still a thing. It's so easy.
The rats will come for you, and I will claim your withered bones, your homes, everything.
Cool. I'm gonna check on the laundry. Let me get myself leveled up too. Cool. I'll be back. Look at that little baby. Look at that Angie. Angie. She's like, quit laughing at me. Aww. Look at that little precious baby right there. That little, look at that little baby pea right there. Look at it. Don't you dare. Pea, you stay. Pea, you stay. Don't you dare. Persephone, Penelope, Panini, Pastrami, Phantom Menace. Where are you going? Aw.
Hail to ye, adventurer.
Oh, that's actually kind of cute on this character. Now she's left. Now she's in front of the treat bot. She sees the camera, she thinks it's treat bot time. It should be.
Alex Raza charged us with protecting the light pools from the primals. I pray they have not infiltrated too deeply. Ensure the eggs are safe and eliminate any threat on these sacred grounds.
If only you could have understood the righteousness of our cause. I will not allow you to disturb Melicrusa's work. I have faith.
My allies sacrificed themselves so that I could return
They got pulled too
these
much
eggs
there.
to their natural state. I will not. You will not interfere.
Yeah, they're expensive. You should see her right now.
I need your strength, little one. These words are pure. They will show you the truth.
Good work, champion. Now that you have secured the pools below, I require your aid above. The exposed life pools are in grave danger. A powerful primalist is attempting to burn all the nesting areas. You must clear them to get to her. I will keep watch from above while I confront the dragon who is leading this assault.
Quickly, take the eggs! Save as many as you can!
Well done. You have secured the first pool. Now see to the others.
I gotta make them expensive. They gotta get paid for.
Clearing them out. Do not let the primalists desecrate this hallowed space. To the master of these minions. Hurry onwards, champion.
Look at her. What did you do that for? Just do it for funsies?
The last pool is safe. She is exposed. Attack that primalist before she can summon reinforcements. Vile monster! I protected these life pools! No!
This is so ridiculous. that on them. Oh my goodness, little girly, why are you so cute?
Queen cannot stop us. We are the truth. Dear. My pleasure.
I'm down.
Thank you, champion. The life pools are safe for the moment.
I'm down.
But the primalists are still a threat. We must be vigilant, lest we be caught off guard again.
Oh, I'm so close to leveling again.
Welcome to Algathar Academy. I am delighted that you received our invitation. The school is a touch behind schedule, but
New students? How wonderful. It has been quite some time since the academy has been open.
Well, it seems indeed. Come with us. It should only take a moment to set up for a new lesson.
These lashers must have grown wild while we were away. Please, if you could, clear them out while we realign the life magics of this place.
Nice.
We are just about... Wait! Ichistras, there is too much life magic. What are you doing?
Me? There is too much nature. What are you doing?
What is that thing? This is your fault.
Absolutely not!
Please, help us, new students.
I gave them enough space.
Look at this Lishrath arena. Wait, what are these birds doing here?
Not the birds. Okay. So good about getting out of the way.
Birds, help us get rid of them. We need to clear out the big one. I will activate the goals for Lishrath. That is talent toss for you soft skins. Use them to get her attention. Huh? At least we know that works. Watch yourselves.
That's crazy. May as well just like, yeah, just keep hitting. I think I hear fireworks now.
History Professor Max Doreno is almost ready for lessons. Do see if there is anything he needs assistance with.
I did miss my little gnome.
Excuse the mess. It isn't quite some time since students have been here. I'm just putting together my lesson.
Nice.
Here we are. Long ago, members of the Blue Dragon Flight accidentally overloaded an arcane elemental and created a powerful construct named Veximus that quickly started to wreak havoc. The Blue Dragons battled Veximus fiercely, attempting to prevent it from absorbing stray arcane orbs that would allow it to grow further out of control. Veximus began manifesting arcane bombs in order to drive back the
Easy.
It was ultimately destroyed. Well done! Since you did so well on your lesson, feel free to take something from the good student's reward chest.
Nice. Just LOS into the room, hopefully they know that.
We have been gone for some time. The growth here. The way should be clear. Please head to my office and wait. I hear new students that require my personal attention.
How are they on? I think they're good on mana. Yeah, they're full up.
These are sacred halls of learning. Only those
Of learning.
them.
This will probably be my last dungeon. I'm gonna get off of here. 7 hours stream is not bad. Atmos tanking though.
You will not pass the semester! Oh dear. It seems the
Okay.
parameters I wove
I am
for my
gonna
out-of-office
go ahead and get
spell
off
were a
of
bit,
here.
Extreme. Thank you for all your help in
Thank
getting
you guys
the
for hanging
school
out. I
ready.
didn't realize I was gonna get KS7 that fast today. I have to go for 2,500 now. Let's see how that goes, but I am gonna go ahead and rate up somebody. She have them open. She does. Go say hi to Jade. Go hang out in there. She cool. Go say hi. I got work tomorrow. Monday's gonna be a long day too. So we'll see how I'm feeling for Star Trek. Star Trek should be okay. I think. We're just sitting and watching Star Trek, so I should be back Monday. But thanks for hanging out, guys. Go say hi to Jade. And I'll talk to you guys later. Bye.